So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the.
All right, guys, good morning. Happy Thursday. The court session should be starting in about 15 minutes. I have the numbers up here on the bottom left of the screen. If you want to listen in, I cannot play the court audio on YouTube. Hopefully I got this set up right, where the audio is playing for my Discord members. If you're a member of the channel, go into voice channels, live stream voice, and you should be able to hear. I've got the court, I'm already dialed in. You should be able to hear it on Discord. It will not be broadcast on YouTube. And if you're joining in the Discord, feel free to chat. No one should be able to hear you. Keep your mic on mute if you're not talking. And let's have a day here. The schedule is posted up in the top right. You guys should be able to see that above my head, right up there. We got the introductions at 9:15, plaintiff's counsel for about almost an hour, morning break, defendant's counsel, Izzo's counsel, lunch break, and then the objectors. And then tomorrow again, we have objectors and then wrap up by counsel. If for whatever unfortunate reason an objector does not show up, if you're listening in, it's going to go on mute because the court will be in recess for that 15-minute period. So just be aware, they're not going to speed up the day. They're not going to speed up the day. They will just go on recess for 15 minutes. Shin Kyoku, member for 17 months. Thank you, brother. I don't know how much I'm going to be talking in today's live stream. It depends on how fast the counsel and Zern, objectors and Zern, are going back and forth. And I don't want to, if they're talking, obviously I don't want to interrupt your guys listening. So if there's a break, if there's a recess, then we'll chat and talk. But mostly today, look, I'm just going to be hanging out listening to this, and I figured, why not let everybody have the opportunity to comment, have some community, and hang out together while we do it? Because I know many of you are doing the same thing. That does suck. Ilyasu says he can't listen to it in France. As the day progresses, if there's interesting stuff, I will be giving you some blow by blow for those of you that can't listen in. If you can't call in one of those numbers or you're not in the Discord, I'll give you some updates throughout the day as often as I can, especially if something interesting happens. But I'm going to try and respect everybody's listening, people that are listening, and not talk over the court. Those do not appear to be free phone numbers, no. So, yeah, just hang in, hang out, and you might not hear me blabbering throughout the whole day, but I will update if there's any key moments that are worth calling out, or we'll talk when there's breaks. Broke Ape, good morning. Dan, good morning. Geo, Maximus, thank you for putting your mics on mute there in the Discord. It was funny when I dialed in around 7, and I called into the first line, public line 1. I got in no problem. 7:15. Some of the I don't know if it's objectors or attorneys. Someone didn't have their mic muted. We're hearing a lot of background noise, but sounds like they got that all settled now. 8 minutes to go. Let's pull up some more text while we're waiting. Just for fun, because I hadn't done that in a good 2 months with you guys. AMC at 23.75%. Cost to borrow average, holy smokes, 946%. Now, what I told the folks in the Discord the other day, I think yesterday, is that on many, many plays where I know there is something upcoming like a dilution, there's not immediate dilution coming for AMC, but there is this conversion coming, which is going to push APE and AMC together and in essence dilute the short interest, right? Because AMC has 23.6%, 23.76, and APE has APE has 4.86 and twice the float. So when those combine, the short interest combined is going to drop, and there'll be a bunch of new AMC shares, and that could be why that cost to borrow is so high and why they're willing to pay it. Number one, right now, there's just not shares to borrow on AMC, and if you do, you're paying a premium. But once the conversion happens and APE comes over, then I expect that cost to borrow to drop and the short interest percentage to drop, the math of putting these two tickers together. Yeah, no video session, Alexander, unfortunately. The judge does not want it broadcast for whatever reason. So we can't play the audio. There's no video to watch. You can call in those numbers in the bottom left and listen in yourself, because I can't play the audio here. Or if you're in my Discord, I have the audio playing there in the voice channel. Buckaroo Bonsai, what's up, amigo? Please put your mics on mute if you're in voice. If you want to chat in voice, you know, you got something you want to say, you can unmute and talk. I have the desktop audio off, so should not go through to YouTube. Justin, good morning. When will we get the decision from the judge? She has up to 90 days, Justin, after June 30th. I'm hopeful that it will be in July, but I can't promise you that. Dan, good morning to you. That's a good idea, John, listening to the phone on Google Voice. Some of y'all in UK might try that. I don't know if that works. Not UK, but Europe. You could try getting a Google Voice line and calling in some sort of computer line. Figure out a way to call in if you want to listen from Europe or a foreign country. Doug says, is this the first nail in the coffin of the AMC squeeze play? Well, like I just said, Doug, I think that we will see the short interest in terms of percentage drop on the conversion date. So I categorize the squeeze play as anything over 20%. And I do expect it to go down, so we'll see. Make your plans accordingly. Right now, AMC is trading at 431, down 2% in pre-market. APE is at 176, up 2% in pre-market. Jennifer, good morning. Google Voice is only available in the US. Well, shit. I checked the docket on the court, the public one that I can access. There's no new updates this morning. So whatever got updated yesterday is all I can see. There were a flurry of exception notices, like I said, from many, many people that had objected. And then we got the special master's report. They had a follow-up opportunity to file exceptions. Most of them basically in their exception letter repeated their original objections. So I didn't note a whole lot new. There was one letter from Mr. Jordan Afholter complaining about Allegheny, about their statement having their portfolio investor's name on it. From just my look at that, I mean, that would be like me sending in a statement from Fidelity and having Fidelity's name on the brokerage statement. I don't see that as anything weird. Commonwealth Investment Management, I think, was the name of the company name on their brokerage statement. And that is a institutional portfolio manager. So that would make sense, right? They manage the holdings of county retirement systems and the like. You can go look up their webpage. I posted it all in Discord yesterday. So I don't really see that as an issue. Obviously he did, but scratching my head over that one. Maybe the judge will address that either in the next 2 days or in her written opinion. The call is starting in 1 minute. So if you're in the Discord, you should be able to hear it. Let me know in the chat once they start talking if you can hear it. If you can hear it on YouTube, say "uh-oh" or something like that. Should not be able to hopefully I have my desktop audio off so you cannot hear it on YouTube. But you can on YouTube. If you're just following me on YouTube, you can dial into one of those public lines in the bottom left. Angelina, good morning. Hallie, Double X, good morning. Anya, good morning. Let mods, if you're going to be helping me out today, I appreciate you. Let's, if you see anybody who is being insulting, not, dissension is okay, right? Having a different opinion is okay. If people are being assholes, then go ahead and mute them and I'll take care of blocking them. Jesus, good morning. Thank you for joining us. May the Lord be on our side. May the Lord, let me be fair. Let me go right down the middle. May the Lord bless Judge Zern. Let's just say that. Trevor, good morning. This is gonna be my meal for the next 6-7 hours. Let's try not to do Twitch sound effects today. Thank you for that. This is Bulletproof Coffee. If you guys haven't tried a Bulletproof Coffee, this freaking shit will not only fill you up till lunchtime, but give you some decent keto energy too. You can Google the recipe, Bulletproof Coffee. MCT oil, butter, and black coffee, and then I add some collagen peptides to it for a little extra protein boost. I said quiet in here, says he's drinking a cup right now. All right. Angelina, yeah, I hope you're feeling better. Jay says, hopefully this is the end game. All right, here we go. The call is starting. Give me an uh-oh in the chat if you can hear the court talking. Someone with a badge, if you can hear it okay in the Discord, give me a thumbs up in the chat. Discord, you should be able to hear it. YouTube, you should not. I see some people saying in Discord they cannot hear and some saying they can. Let me check something here. 57. Fire alarm? What the fuck? Oh my gosh, someone pulled the fucking fire alarm in the building. Shorts really don't want this court hearing to happen. What the heck? All right, well, we got a few minutes to chat. That didn't take long for fuckery to happen, did it? Unfucking believable. All right, let's see it in the chat. Who pulled the fire alarm? Give me a name. All right, the court is in recess because someone pulled the fucking fire alarm in the courthouse. All right, just to be clear, if you're in Discord, if you're in my Discord, if you're a member of the channel, go into live stream voice and then go into the screen share. You'll be able to hear the court audio. If you're not in Discord, if you're just watching me on YouTube, the court is not allowing us to broadcast. No one can broadcast the court proceedings, but I put the phone numbers for you in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen so you can call in yourself and listen in and chat with us here in the comments. Kike 503 says, "What's going to happen to your options?" I have no options plays on AMC at the moment. I'm sure some people do, but I do not. Davidcito, buenos dias. My Discord is not free, Sly, because I'm trying to keep out trolls and memesters and conspiracy theories. We welcome all opinions, but we don't welcome bullshit. So it is a real community of traders. It's $5 a month. It's like 20 cents a day. It's just an inconvenience fee to keep out riffraff. It cannot be a coincidence, Amit. I agree with you. Amit says this cannot be a coincidence that someone pulled the fire alarm. I do not think that that is any coincidence at all. Flip Skills, good morning. Dan says $5 inconvenience fee did not help keep me out. I know. Juicy, thank you. He says $5 is worth it. When I'm not on live on YouTube, I'm almost always, anytime I'm awake, I'm in the Discord. So if you're wanting some real talk and I'm not streaming, which I haven't been because of all the drama, then that is where you can get all my moment-to-moment, day-to-day thoughts. And it is real talk in there. Patriot says, "Why is my badge stuck on gray?" That is the 6-month silver badge, Patriot, and it should go to gold after 12 months. How long have you been a member? Yeah, I mean, it's the Discord's open to anybody, Aaron. I don't talk about it a lot because I'm not trying to push it. But you hit the join button on YouTube, and then you have access to the Discord. Gasparino pulled the fire alarm with a ladder. Oh, Lord. AMC now down 0.68%. Ape up 1%. They better post some freaking guards up on the fire alarms. They got people's phones locked down. I know people are saying, oh, it's sure is suspicious that they don't want people to have their phones. Look, it's insider trading. I would presume why they don't want phones, or they don't want it broadcast. I don't know. Also, you guys may or may not be aware, there are quite a few people in some of the fringe channels actively advocating violence. I see it. Adam Aaron is having to take out, he's filing restraining orders against people around the country. I get violence and death threats all the time. I know AMC and Adam Aaron does. Special Master Zern has. Of course, they're taking security seriously. It is sad that in a stock play, people are making threats of violence, but I can assure you that that is not going unnoticed. Hallie says Matt Kors is spotted in Delaware. Is that true? I doubt that's true. Eagle, Gator, what's up to you? I see in the Discord. Easy Kid, Hamrock, JC, Los Mejores Films. Good morning, Mr. E. Good morning. Marcus, good morning. Rex Street Boy, good morning. Smooth Operator, what's up? The Viewer. If you're just joining in, someone pulled the fire alarm in the courthouse, so they are on recess for a few minutes. Someone said, being from Texas, I'm sure you're packing heat. Right behind me. There. And there. The boomstick and the AR-15. And those move to me. Those move with me to the bedroom in the evenings. Yeah, we're well prepared. Show up at my door in the middle of the night. Zara says Interactive Brokers not accepting sell orders. Fuck. Someone is really desperate, right, Water Bottle, to pull the fire alarm 5 minutes into proceedings. Unfucking believable. You cannot make this shit up. David, de nada, amigo. Gracias a ti. Doc Zeno, what's up? While we're on break, I'm going to go make sure my wife got up for work. Since she's hard of hearing, she can't hear her alarm, so I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back, and I was correct. She was not awake. Music blaring, alarm going off on her phone, dead to the world. Yeah, Mr. Williams, the phone numbers are muted because somebody pulled the fire alarm in the courthouse, so they are on recess for a few minutes while they sort that out. And they'll be back. They'll be back in a few minutes. Unless there's a fire. That would be really a sign of desperation, right? Tell me they don't want this settlement to happen. Pulling the fucking fire alarm. Yes, the call is still going on. It is muted right now by the court because someone pulled the fire alarm 5 minutes into the proceedings. They had to evacuate the building. I just heard a couple seconds of audio from the court right now. The fire alarm is still going. Mr. House, no one can play the call and rebroadcast it, so I put the phone numbers up for you in the bottom left of the screen. You can call in and listen in and hang out with us here and comment whatever's on your mind, good, bad, or otherwise. If you're a member of the channel, especially if you're in Europe, just join the live stream voice, and I have the call playing in Discord. You won't be able to hear it on YouTube, unfortunately. We're not allowed to broadcast it. Why would they not want the settlement to happen, Doug? I mean, I've gone over this so many times. The shorts do not want AMC to have access to capital. I mean, if you guys look at the balance sheet, $495 million is not that much. We're probably going to lose money in Q3 and Q4. Our working capital, which is current assets minus current liabilities on the balance sheet, is negative $1 billion. AMC's balance sheet is wrecked right now. And so they don't want them to be able to fix the balance sheet. They don't want them to be able to add cash. The shorts do not want this settlement to go through because that opens up the ability for AMC to fix their balance sheet. The ideal situation for a short is for this settlement to be thrown out or delayed. And I'm talking purely from looking at the financial statements. That is their ideal scenario. John says, how do you tune into the court stream? Phone numbers are in the bottom left of the screen, my friend. By the way, guys, if for whatever reason YouTube dumps the live stream, just hang out a minute and I'll restart it. The settlement, if the settlement is approved, you'll get 1 share for every 7.5 AMC shares after the reverse split. All right, they're getting ready to come back. And the settlement also allows for the conversion, the opportunity for AMC to raise money, yada, yada, yada. I heard voices from the court and I don't hear the fire alarm, so I think they're getting ready to restart. When they restart, I'm going to stop talking so everybody can listen. If you're just joining the channel and you want to get in the Discord, hit that member button on YouTube and then go in Discord, and in your settings, link your YouTube channel to Discord and my Discord will show up. If you don't have access to the live stream channel, send me a DM. Some of the channels are locked down for security reasons in the Discord. I'll try and keep an eye on it for anybody that's joining in. Let me just check the security on this channel, make sure everybody that's in Discord has ability to get in. Yeah, looks like you should all be able to get in. When it says muted, when you call in to the public lines that are in the bottom left of the screen over there, over there, muted means that the court is muted right now and you're muted. There's nothing happening. Right now, there is nothing happening. They're recovering from somebody pulling the fire alarm, so just be patient. When I stop talking, that's because the court proceedings picked back up. Good morning, Ape with a stick. If the phone numbers are blurry, check the settings on your YouTube. Go to your YouTube, click that little cog wheel for the settings, and check set the resolution to the highest or maximum. YouTube probably just put you on a low resolution. We're broadcasting in HD, so they should be very clear. I mean, I can make them bigger for a second, but I don't want to block the screen. Diatog, correct. The court said that nobody can broadcast the proceedings. You can only call in or listen on Discord, but we can't play it on YouTube. David says, es realmente normal que estas cosas de activar la alarma de incendio suceda. Is it really normal? No. No, somebody did that on purpose, David. Chris says, at what point does Zern just say, screw this shit? Screw this proceedings, I'm just going to write up my opinion. Have I seen the Grush interview? I have not. The conference call is still muted. Yes, they're recovering from somebody pulling the fire alarm. So be patient. They'll be back on. You can call in these public lines. Nobody's saying anything right now. So if you hear the word muted or you hear nothing, that is normal. I don't know the reason why she does not want it broadcast. Good question. AMC now down 3.5%. Ape up 0.87%. We're at 426 on AMC, $1.73 on Ape. Call-in numbers to the court are on the screen, bottom left corner. Discord link, Aaron, just hit the join button on YouTube underneath the channel. There's also a link in the video description, should be. And then link your YouTube channel to open up Discord, go to settings, link your channel to Discord, and they'll sync up and you'll have automatic access. If you want to listen for free, if you're in the US, just call those public lines. I'm talking to the folks, baby. Richard Shekels, All right. Goodbye, Richard. I'll help you out here. Let's permanently hide him. Goodbye, Richard. Truth and facts are not for everybody, Richard.
Love you.
I love you too, baby. Have a good day. Stuart says, how far did they get in the schedule before the fire alarm went off? Not even 5 minutes. Not even 5 fucking minutes. All right, I hear sounds from the court. Fire alarm may be resolved now. Fidget spinner, thank you. Well, I heard microphone moving, but nobody's talking yet, so. If you're just joining, somebody pulled the fire alarm 5 minutes into the proceedings. They are on recess for a few minutes, and I'll stop talking as soon as they start talking. Whew. I was not expecting that. I'll tell you that. I was not expecting a fire alarm to be pulled. And you wonder why they have tight security, because of bullshit like this. Fucking children in that place. Hopefully it was not one of the AMC people that did that. Maybe Zern will give us a little heads up what happened when she comes back on. Grandpa Barney says a no voter pulled the fire alarm. Unbelievable. We'll find out. Maybe she'll give us a hint. I can hear them chattering in the court, but they're not talking yet. Wouldn't they have cameras everywhere, Doug? I would imagine they do. Yeah, and I hope they figure out who frickin' did that. I hope somebody is in cuffs right now. What's next? The sprinkler's going off? Yeah. What if it was somebody purposely trying to delay this? Do you think they get thrown behind bars? Absolutely. Yeah. If they catch someone doing that, you're going to be in cuffs. Hang on 1 second. Doug says, Chance the lawyer tweeted. Let me pull up her. I got Twitter open here. Chance the lawyer is saying the court will resume at 10:45. That is in 45 minutes from now. 10:45 Eastern. All right, well, we got 45 minutes to hang out. Grandpa Barney, unbelievable, right? Fidget spinner, cracking me up. Yeah, they probably went on recess for 45 minutes while they add security to all the frickin' fire alarms. Katniss says, what happened? Somebody pulled the fire alarm 5 minutes into the first speaker. So we're going to resume. The court will resume in 45 minutes. You got time to figure out how to call in. The phone numbers are posted in the bottom left. I'm also playing it in the Discord for members of the channel. You'll have to go into live stream voice and then click on my screen share to hear. But there's nothing to hear for the next 45 minutes. Glenn, what next, right? What frickin' next? Let's see how the rest of the market's doing. GameStop is down. The SPY is flat. I got a couple of other tickers I'm just watching for fun right now. I'm not trying to do any trading today. We're just hanging out and watching the soap opera of this court proceeding. Bed Bath & Beyond is down 7.5%. Mullins up 7%. GTII 78 cents. And Hycroft Mining up 5%, 5.7. Crypto this morning, Bitcoin at 30,000, Ethereum at 1,800. Top mover of the day, SGTX. No, come on. SGTX. Well, that was all pre-market. Now it's coming down, so forget about that. Amit says, I should not have bet my kids' college fund on Mullen. Yeah, guys, we got to collectively, I want y'all to get into the habit of looking at the balance sheet and looking at the income statement before you plow your life savings into a company. Make sure they're actually generating profits. In the case of Mullen, make sure they actually have revenue. Like Mullen has never once earned $1 of revenue. This is not a company to plow your life savings into. I know Amit is probably joking, but there are people that have lost 99% of their money on Mullen, and why they invested all their money in a company that has no revenue is beyond me. You want to take a little gamble? Hey, we all like to gamble, but your life savings on a company that's never produced a vehicle, never generated one dime of revenue. Yeah, they've put their badge on a couple of Chinese vans, but they haven't created the Mullen 5 yet. That got pushed out for 2 more years. I don't know. I want to be here to remind you when you are watching these fucking clickbaiters telling you to buy these damn penny stocks of companies that are losing money. If you want to buy them, that's cool, but don't fucking load the boat if you don't see profits on the income statement. We all love a good gamble play, a squeeze play, a momentum trade, but you got to be smart about your risk, you know, what you're putting into that play. Dana, I do not sleep, Dana, not since I discovered vampire blood. Maggie, good morning. Yeah, we did bring up the Ortex this morning at the beginning of the stream. The cost to borrow is very high. I want y'all, I'm going to say it again for those that are just joining. Short interest on AMC's 24%. Cost to borrow is astronomical, but short interest on APE is under 5%. And when that conversion happens, if it happens, these two tickers are going to come together, and the float is twice as high on APE, and the short interest is very low. So you will see the short interest drop on AMC. The percentage is going to go to 10% or somewhere around there. And that cost to borrow is going to immediately fall. So I'm not getting excited about a high cost to borrow on AMC. Now, if this play takes 90 days for the judge to do her written opinion, yes, then that high cost to borrow and the high short interest on AMC matter. But I want you to be aware when the conversion happens, if she approves the settlement, you're going to see a dramatic and rapid change in the short interest and the cost to borrow. So have your trading plan ready. Or, you know, if you want to ride through it, that's your prerogative too. But you will see changes. And it's not because shorts are covering. It's because two tickers with vastly different short interest got combined. Ape with a stick asking about David Mishery. For me, he does not come off as trustworthy because I've watched him for 2 years. I've been saying for 2 years, do not buy Mullen. Promise after promise is not kept from David Mishery, and everything keeps getting pushed out. That is a very dangerous sign to me. John H. says they should put ink in the fire alarms, right? If you pull a fire alarm, you get sprayed with that ultraviolet ink. That's a great idea. If you're just joining in, welcome. Somebody pulled the fire alarm 5 minutes into the proceeding. We are on hold with the court for 45 minutes. 40 minutes to go. If you're in the Discord, you can unmute your mic and we can chat in there too. They won't be able to hear you on YouTube, but if anybody in Discord has a question you want to ask on voice, or just say good morning or hello. Yeah, so the fire alarm was pulled. If you're trying to call in one of the public lines that is in the bottom left, you're not going to hear anything until 10:45 Eastern when they resume. I never expected this when I woke up this morning. Nate Ross, good morning. For those that didn't join the live stream last night, just a reminder, I'm not paid by anybody. Nobody tells me what to say. Everything that you're hearing is my opinion, love it or hate it. My due diligence. I read every fucking filing, every fucking word. And I form my own opinions based on non-emotional, detached analysis. I'm here to give you that perspective. I have to detach my brain from my emotions to analyze this and give you a rational perspective. I'm a shareholder in the company just like all of you guys. I've been in this play since late May of 2021. I have all the same hopes and dreams that you do, but we're not in 2021 anymore. We're in 2023. And you need somebody in this fucking play to unemotionally tell you what the court is thinking, what the financial statements really say. So that's kind of the role that I have. I have people, like I said, that hate me on both sides of this play. I got rabid apes blocking me You know, the cheerleaders block me on Twitter, and the no voters block me. That lets me know that I'm doing a good job of keeping my commentary in the middle. And you can agree or disagree, that's fine. But that is what I am attempting to do, is bring you unemotional, detached analysis of what the financial statements say and what is happening in the court. And I get it. That does not fit a lot of people's narratives on both sides of the aisle. But there's not that many people giving you a rational viewpoint of what's going on. Everybody has an agenda right now. Wired Ape, what's up, buddy? He says, I keep trying to block Tony, but it won't let me. Wired Ape, you have really hung in there. I know you've been in watching me since the beginning. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your not only support of the channel, but your support of the company. I know a lot of you guys, many of you are in it originally for a squeeze play. Some of you, like me, just like movies. And gosh, I would hate to see the big silver screen go away in America. I don't think it is a dying industry. Is it a troubled industry? Yeah, for a lot of reasons, right? We need more movies. We need less screens. Globally, we need, and especially in the US, we have too many screens. I'd love to see Cineworld shut down some screens. I'd love to see AMC continue to cut some screens, non-performing locations, and get everybody in the industry to profitability. And there's a good chance that that will happen next year based on analyst forecast for the industry. We'll get a good idea with Q2. If AMC is able to turn a profit on $2.6 billion domestic box office, it's going to look really promising for next year. And we'll find out if I'm going to be right, but I've already teased this. For those of you who've been watching, my model, which called the net loss for last quarter to the fucking dollar, is showing that we will have a surprise positive earnings in Q2. Not a ton of money, but I'm not expecting in Q2, the one we're finishing up, I'm not expecting that we're going to lose money. We're not going to like load the bank. I'll do a video with the forecast and go through line by line on my spreadsheet what I think is going to be the Q2 earnings in August when we get the release. I'll go through that with you at the end of this month when we finish out the quarter. The way I could be wrong is if there is some one-time expense that obviously, you know, I can't predict one-time expenses. But most of the expenses are fairly steady from quarter to quarter. And then I'm not accounting for popcorn, Walmart popcorn. So that could be an upside, a little bit of upside from my numbers. But look, there's some wild speculation about how profitable the popcorn in Walmart is going to be. I don't want to get into that until I hear from AMC. What are the unit sales, or what is the gross revenue? Once I hear one of those two numbers, I can add that into my model. We know that the profit margin is somewhere around 25% per bag, so about $1 per bag. That's our best guess on the profit margin. But I need to know gross sales or units. I don't think it's going to be, it could be some contribution. I don't think it's going to be maybe as impactful as some people think in the first quarter. This one being the first quarter of full distribution because they haven't been able to keep the shelves full. But my last trip to Walmart, I was pleasantly surprised to see that there was product available to sell. So once they can get production up to meet demand, and once they can get even broader distribution, I think 6 months, is that what they said? They gave Walmart a 6-month contract. When it goes wide to grocery stores, convenience stores, everywhere, that really becomes a much more meaningful number. Sly says not only cash positive but EPS positive. Yes, I have right now a positive EPS forecast. I don't want to say the number on YouTube until I do the video, but I have shared it in the Discord. And right now, what are they predicting? -7, -6 cents EPS. I think it's going to be an upside surprise. You might start seeing at the end of this month some analysts updating their forecast because they're pretty good at modeling too. Now, these fucking trolls were messing with me on Twitter. Well, this company will never be profitable. Haven't you looked at the annual earnings per share forecast? Right. I get it. I agree. Annually, this year, we're going to lose money. We lost money in Q1, $235 million. I'm predicting we will lose money probably in Q3 and Q4. Negative, I'm at about -31 cents for the year. But Q2, and I'm talking Q2, 2.6 billion domestic box office, we should have a profit and positive earnings this quarter. If we do, then we have something to look forward to for next year when there's even more movies coming out. We saw last night, we went to see No Hard Feelings, and I just remembered I have Mission Impossible scheduled for today at 3 o'clock, which might be a problem depending on these court proceedings. Let me see if there's another screen time I can move it to. Oh, no, sorry, not Mission Impossible, Indiana Jones. I have it for today at 3 o'clock. Let me see if I can reschedule that to a later showing. 4:50 would be all right. 4 o'clock should be okay. No, I don't want to drive to the south side of town. Let's check the 4:50 screening. See if there's any seats. Oh yeah, still seats. I'm going to switch to that one. No, you know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a little bit. Most of the theaters available for 4:50. I'm going to wait and see what happens with the court proceedings. Doug Mello, what's up? I'm going to go while we're waiting for the court to recover from the fire alarm. Give me 1 minute. I'm getting hot in here. I'm going to go turn down the AC. If you're in the Discord, Smooth Operator or anybody else, if you're in the voice chat, please mute your mic unless you're talking. Smooth Operator, the viewer, I appreciate it. I'll be right back. Let me go turn down the AC. It's hot in Texas. Oh man, I'm not looking forward to a repeat of last summer, but I tell you what, it's already been almost, over 100 degrees almost every day in June. Last summer, my electricity bill was like $600 a month. Crazy. Trying to survive in this heat. Kelly says, in my opinion, good or bad news, we will go down because the funds want to make all the clickbaiters look like clowns. I don't think they really care about the YouTubers, Kelly. They're trying to make profits. Anthony Pickett says, don't forget to change your air filter. I probably should. I buy them, by the box, Anthony, so that theoretically I remember to change it on the first of every month. But I bet that thing is full as hell. Thank you for the reminder. I need to check that. Pam the Trader, what is up? Yes, Pam says, I saw No Hard Feelings. It was funny. It was. I really, really enjoyed it. Probably, Pam, would you agree, the best comedy of this year so far? I don't know. I mean, Jennifer Lawrence, too. I mean, come on. What's not to like there? Stuart says, how do I get Discord? Open up Discord, Stuart. Go down to the cogwheel of your profile. Open up that user settings and then go to connections and connect your YouTube channel, your YouTube name to Discord, and then they will sync up automatically. It might take a couple minutes for the synchronization. There's also, there should be instructions posted in the video description. Hopefully. If it's not in this video description, it's in any of the other video descriptions. They will be back at 15 minutes till the hour, so we have about 25 minutes to go. For those who didn't get the spicy talk last night about No Hard Feelings, don't take your kids. There is full frontal nudity of Jennifer Lawrence. And gentlemen, if you go by yourself to the movies, I know why you're going. It's not because you love comedy. Jim says, Jennifer Lawrence has an insufferable attitude now that she's older. I don't know much about her off screen, Jim. I thought she was very charming in the movie, but I'm able to separate the character from real life. I thought her character, it's like every kind of wild, crazy ex-girlfriend that you used to date. I don't know. I can't. Well, remember that redhead in Wedding Crashers? Or she's kind of crazy, but I like it. Wedding Crashers, what a fun movie that was. When will we have a ruling? VRO's Trade says, the judge has up to 90 days after this hearing is complete to issue her written opinion. I'm hopeful that it won't take 90 days, but it could. So I can't tell you when exactly. Steven says, Cineworld bankruptcy hearing just happened and common stockholders are wiped out. Next up, Steven, is going to be Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, the lenders own Cineworld now. This is what we're trying not to happen to AMC. Common stockholders got wiped out. And that will probably also happen here shortly with Bed Bath & Beyond. And then in the next 6 months, Mullen. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Mullen better get some fucking production going. That's all I can say. They need revenue. You cannot run a company just diluting and selling shares. You got to actually build something, David Mishery. How about selling something? All this pent up demand, yet we see hundreds of vans sitting on the lot at Randy Marion, not one of them being sold. Juicy Got You Crazy says, I actually ran into Vince Vaughn on Broadway in Times Square. My brother ran into him at a Razorbacks game. He has a picture with him. He is tall. What are the chances of a dismissal with prejudice today, Jim? I don't know. Initially, I thought that was possible, but Chance, the lawyer, corrected me, and I trust her more than I trust me when it comes to the Delaware court. She said the only two things that are going to happen, according to her, is an approval of the settlement or a disapproval of the settlement, not a dismissal. She said that if the settlement is approved, then the result will be a dismissal of the suit because there was a settlement, if that makes sense. But just like dismiss and no settlement, like just say, forget it, this whole thing was bullshit, according to Chance the lawyer, that is not going to happen. Now, initially, I said that I thought that was a possibility. Initially, I said that I thought that was a possibility, but I'm never scared to pass on information from people smarter than me. And Chance the lawyer definitely knows the Delaware courts better than I do. She said that is not going to happen. Yeah, who was Gregory says it's funny the guy that was talking, that was the plaintiff, Allegheny's attorney, said they had a hedge fund writing into the court saying they had 1,000 shares long, but they were holding 57 million short. Who was that hedge fund? What hedge fund wrote in that has $57 million worth short? Was that one? That one that I forget the name of it. Yeah, so you tell me that the hedge funds don't want this settlement to go through. $57 million bet against AMC. Mellow Doug says, how about a better settlement? I mean, that is a possibility, Doug, right? If the judge could either approve the current settlement or she could say not good enough, do better, and they could be forced to come up with a more sweet payout for shareholders. That is, of course, a possibility. But I'm also going to remind myself and remind you that the special master wrote up a very long letter last week that said, even if the settlement was valued at half of the current value, that would be a good give. So I would say low probability on that, but what do I know? We'll find out. We'll find out in a few weeks. Kareem, yes. 5 minutes into the proceedings today, someone pulled the fire alarm. So if you're just joining us, wondering why it's quiet, the court is resuming supposedly in 20 minutes. The phone numbers are posted in the bottom left of your screen, or you can listen in on the Discord in the live stream voice chat. Click on the screen share and you'll be able to hear. But right now, nothing is going on. That's why I'm blabbering. And when they resume, I'm going to zip it so we can all listen. Ursa, yeah, Albert. I was wondering, was he talking about Ursa? Someone said Geo Capital. I don't know who he was talking about. Maddie says check COSM. What's going on with COSM? It's down 1%. AMC down 4% this morning, $4.23. APE is flat at 172. Glenn says, why would they ignore the special master's recommendations? Yeah, just my opinion, Glenn. the special master's recommendations are probably how legal minds, dispassionate, judge-type mentality is going to look at all of this, but there's no guarantees, right? Chancellor has told us over and over and over, if there's anybody that is thoughtful and deliberate about their process and their evaluation, it's Chancellor Zurn. So although I would tend to believe that the special master's recommendations is how the court is going to rule, we can't say that with any degree of certainty. And again, if Chancellor is reminding us that if Zurn is thoughtful and deliberate in her evaluation, I think we should pay attention to that. There are no certainties in a court of law. I've been drinking Bang Energy so long. It's taken me a while to get used to drinking coffee again. That's probably why I'm sweating too. Hot drink on a 100-degree morning. 1796 Patriot says, I'd imagine the special master knows how the judge thinks and would recommend accordingly. Yeah, I don't know how that dynamic works. 1796. I just kind of think of it as the special master knows the law. She is going to make her recommendations based on law and precedents, and that the judge is probably going to take an unbiased perspective and come up with a similar answer. No guarantees, right? The judge is her own person. The special master's main job was to consolidate all of this information because there was just so much coming, and help the judge, sift through it and help kind of guide the thoughts. But the judge will make up her own mind. But I think, you can probably read the tea leaves of how the court thinks, how the legal process thinks, not the objectors. They have their own idea of what the court should think. I get it. I respect that. But we've seen them denied over and over and over. And what they wish is not always exactly how the court thinks. And, I chat with some of them from time to time on Twitter and DMs. And, they give me a hard time. And I mostly don't ever write back because, look, they got their viewpoints. They're entitled to it. I have mine. And it's not because I'm coming at it with any bias. I'm just trying to be actually unbiased, right? What does the law say? What did the filings say? And so we'll see. We'll see how the next 2 days go. Steven says, Antara now owns less than 10% of Ape. What an amazing hostile takeover it is. Yeah, that whole narrative about Antara waging a hostile takeover, like what kind of crack are these stock and crypto kids on YouTube smoking? He also thinks Mullen's a great play. Whew. I don't know what to say about some of these kids. Does anybody have a screen that shows the free float? Oh, there it is, shares outstanding. They haven't updated it yet on Webull. You're going to see the shares outstanding on Mullen in the next day or so go from 248 million to 800 million. Based on the most recent filing. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. Let me see if Ortex updated Mullen yet. Ortex is usually 1 day ahead of the exchanges. Nope, not updated on Ortex. Yes, Mac and Bees. The fire alarm got pulled 5 minutes into this morning's court session, so we're on hold for 13 more minutes, and they are supposed to resume. Smoke them if you got them. KJ says, am I telling people to trust the law system? I don't think I said that, KJ. I'm trying to tell you how the court is going to interpret things. Not once did I say trust anybody. Don't put words in my mouth, guys. This is the problem. All the fucking clowns and trolls and shills, they hear me say one thing and then they just spin it into something that I completely did not say. There is manipulation and crime throughout the entire fucking system. Wall Street, the government, probably the courts, some backwoods Georgia lawyer. Don't ever fucking twist what I say. I'm trying to tell you, though, how the court is going to rule. That doesn't mean that anything is not corrupt. Everything's fucking corrupt. Listen to the actual words I'm saying. Quit taking your bias and the fucking bullshit you're being fed about me from these clowns and twisting what I actually say. Tony doesn't believe in synthetics. Come on, man. You've been here listening to me for 2 years. Everybody knows that is not true. I just get tired of the fucking nonsense. All they're trying to do is, they want to discredit anybody that does not agree with them by lying about what I actually say. I'm going to start calling these motherfuckers out once I'm out of this play. I'm going to rain down holy hell on these bitches, these fucking clickbait lying clowns. Pick a shitty stock. Watch me tear it apart. $17.96 Patriot. Name that song. What song has backwoods Georgia lawyer in it? Norm says, are we about to squeeze? I don't know, Norm. I mean, look, let's be real for 1 second. Right now, AMC has high short interest in spiraling up high cost to borrow. As long as that is the case, it's still a squeeze play in my book. The day that changes, when you see short interest below 20% in my book, no play under 20% is a short squeeze play. That does not mean that earnings or FOMO and a low float can't drive a stock up. We see that every week. Low float stocks with no short interest get run up on a daily basis. But I will not call any play under 20% a short squeeze play. All right, let's see if Chance the lawyer updated. Someone's saying 1 o'clock now. Please, Lord, no. All right, Chance says, I was literally running down the stairs in high heels thinking, oh, fuck, people are going to think that tweet is metaphorical and be waiting for me to explain the interesting thing that just got said at the hearing. I guess, is she at the court? The last that I see from her is still saying 10:45. Southrig says, will 9 out of 10 shares be stolen today? Not today, my friend. No opinion from the judge today or tomorrow. After the hearing is done, then she goes off to her cabin in the woods to write up her written opinion. So we will have to wait an indeterminate amount of days. I'm going to be sleeping with toothpicks on my eyes. because when that decision drops, I expect, I don't know what y'all expect, I expect some rapid price movement whenever her opinion drops. What do I expect? Well, that depends on how she decides, right? If it is against the settlement, you'll see APE go down and AMC go up. If it is for the settlement, and in that case, if it's against the settlement, they'll have to go back to the drawing board and come up with a better settlement. If it is for the settlement, then I think you'll see a rapid decline in AMC and a rapid increase in APE. That's not financial advice. That's not trading advice. That's what I think is going to happen. What the fuck do I know? I'm just a stupid YouTuber. 1796 says, is it time for a shot yet? No, I did my way in this morning. I did have a drink and some popcorn last night, so I did not hit the 185 goal this morning. Maybe by this weekend. This is my breakfast and lunch today right here, black coffee. Doc Zeno says, once the settlement goes through, be on your toes. Yeah, so guys, I set multiple alarms on your trading platform. Go ahead and set your alarms now. Whatever play that you're trying to play, be it AMC, be it APE, if you're worried about it going up or going down, set your alarms on one or both tickers. I want you to set some price targets, and I want you to set the rapid increase and rapid decrease alarms so that you can be aware, because that written opinion could come in after hours, and I want you to be sleeping with one eye open. I want you to be paying attention in pre-market and aftermarket so that you're not caught unaware. Whatever ticker you're following, one or both, you might have just a couple minutes to make a move. Justin says, why are you mentioning short interest? Because the reason I'm mentioning Ortex and short interest is that people are making a big deal about it on Twitter. Not me. The court is getting ready to come back. I hear them testing the mic. People are making a big deal about 1,000% cost to borrow. Not me, because I know what's about to happen. APE and AMC are going to come together. The short interest is going to drop. Because of that combination, the cost to borrow is going to fall. I want you guys to be mentally prepared for that. That's the only reason I mention it. In the meantime, if people want to be excited about that, I say, more power to you. You're not going to hear me talking it up. Doc Zeno, good reminder. Yeah, he says if you don't have after hours trading ability, get it and know how to use it. Thank you, Doc. Good advice. It doesn't matter if you have alarms set and it goes off in pre-market or after hours and you can't trade. Now is your time. Make sure you contact your broker, and that if you're planning to trade on positive or negative news, if that is how you're inclined, make sure you're set up and enabled for after hours trading. You don't want to be caught flat-footed. If you're just going to hold through whatever, obviously it doesn't matter, but not everybody intends to do that. Somebody did pull a fire alarm, Panda. All right, they're back. I'm going to shut up now. All right, so that was the court administrator. She said we'll be starting shortly. Make sure your phones are off if you're in the courtroom. Starting shortly. 4 minutes, I think. Diatog says short interest will fall due to conversion. Yes, that is my belief also. I think we'll see short interest drop to 10%. Not because shorts close, but because the massive number of ape shares coming over with only 5% short. Just math, basic math tells you that the percentage short on AMC is going to drop. Even though the same amount of short positions, when you combine AMC and ape, you're going to see that number go down. Webull does have after hours trading. Minding my own. Yes, sir. Webull has very wide hours of after hours trading. Fidelity has, it starts, I think, at 6 a.m. Central, and Webull starts at like 4 a.m. I don't think the judge is going to drop her decision at 4 a.m. though. Situation is the court is resuming in 3 minutes. Somebody pulled the fire alarm 5 minutes into the proceedings this morning, and we've been sitting here just smoking and drinking, waiting for the court to get back in. And they're about to start up. Call-in numbers are on the bottom left of your screen. No one is allowed to rebroadcast it, so you can call in and listen and entertain us with your comments here in the chat. Or we've got a bunch of people listening on Discord, especially if you're overseas. I have the audio of the court playing in Discord. Live stream chat, live stream voice, and then click on my screen share. Put your mic on mute, please. VO says, remember when the big scare was transferring out of Robinhood before it squeezes? Good time. Yeah, I was surprised that what did we find out from the postcard process? Still 1.5 million shareholders in Robinhood after 2 years of us saying, what the fuck, guys? I get it. Look, if you're just holding in Robinhood, if you're not actively buying, if you're not actively supporting payment for order flow, all right, that's a forgivable offense. But you remember they shut off trading, right? Like, why would you continue to support a company like that? I had an account at Interactive Brokers when they shut off trading in June of 2021. I pulled all of my money out of that bitch. I never have had a Robinhood account. Never plan to get one. Jacob, what is my guess when Zern will issue her decision? I'm just going to say I would prefer, Jacob, that she do it in July, but she has 90 days, so till end of September. They will be on vacation. The court will be on vacation in August, so I'm hopeful that she drops something in July. Otherwise, we'll be likely looking at September, but it's anybody's guess. Let's do a betting pool in the Discord after Friday. Let's put some money on the line and see who can guess the date. David says, I think the decision should be made when everyone has the ability to react. I agree with you, right? Ideally, can you imagine being overseas, for example, and she drops the court decision and these guys are sleeping? What? I mean, that would suck. You're going to have to sleep with one eye open wherever you're at. Set your damn alarms on your trading platform so that you are notified of a large up or downward move in either or both tickers. I've already done that. Make sure you have after hours trading available. You got time still to contact your broker. Click whatever buttons you need to. All right, here we go. I'm going to shut up now. 2 out of 10 objectors are present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 2 out of 13 showed up today. All right, they are going on break for lunch. So now we have some time to chat. Looks like lunch break is 1 hour. And then after lunch break, that was the plaintiff's counsel. So that was Allegheny's attorney talking for that last hour. 1 hour lunch break, and then AMC's attorney will be up. Then Rose Izzo's attorney has, what do we have on the schedule here? AMC is going to talk for 45 minutes. Izzo's counsel also has 45 minutes. And then the objectors who showed up today will have an opportunity to talk. We heard this morning, they said that 2 people showed up. There's 13 on the schedule. As of this morning, 2 showed up. I don't know if more will show up after the lunch break. Let me unmute myself for people in Discord. All right. So, man, that was, even the attorney was struggling to answer her question. So the plaintiff's counsel and defense counsel right now, their objective for today is to convince the judge to approve the settlement. And she was asking a lot of hard questions about the 242 claims, the ability to create APE in the first place and have the vote back in March, the Blasius claims. And they went over finances a little bit, talking about why, AMC had to create APE and do the whole pushing APE out there and selling APE to raise money. I think that likely we're going to hear more about money and bankruptcy and finances when AMC's attorneys come on after lunch. What else? What were the other questions you guys were asking? Why is there no sound? We're not allowed. I saw that people were saying Matt Wirtz was broadcasting the call on Twitter. You're not supposed to be broadcasting this live, so I hope he does not screw it up for the rest of us. I'm hosting this YouTube chat just for you guys to have a place to get together and comment, but to listen in, you need to use those public lines that I have on the screen, and they will be back. Right now, if you call in, you're just going to hear nothing. So in 1 hour, they'll be back. What happened this morning, the plaintiff's counsel started talking for 5 minutes, and someone pulled the fire alarm and delayed the whole proceeding about 45 minutes to an hour. And then so we're behind schedule right now. We should have already had plaintiff's counsel and defendant's counsel and Izzo's counsel should have already talked, but we only got one of the 3. Patriot says, if I didn't need a shot of liquor earlier, I sure damn sure need one now. Maria says, which outcome would make AMC stock go down? Maria, if you're asking me to guess, I would presume that if the settlement is approved, whatever day in July, August, or September, that the judge approves it and that we have the conversion, I am expecting that AMC will go down a little bit and APE will go up a little bit on the moment that judge's opinion comes out. That's what I'm expecting. We'll find out. John Barton, thank you, John. John is actually in the court. Did they give you your phone back, John? I guess you're one of the 2. John, how many people are in the overflow room? John was on the schedule, I guess, for today at 2 o'clock. He said that security is high. Wonder why. Plaintiff, he says, appeared well-spoken and body language was confident. Judge seems very open to wanting to protect individual investors. Her line of questioning was really putting him on the spot. There were a lot of ums and ahs, and and she really grilled him on a lot of his claims. So, you know, that's the judge's job, right? To probe, to test, to see how convicted he is. Why did he bring the suit in the first place? Did he really think he was going to win on any of the merits? And she held his feet to the fire. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to pretend to tell you what was gained or lost in that line of questioning. I think the judge is doing her job of probing, questioning, testing, so that she can make up her own mind based on her understanding of the law. John Barton, do we know who pulled the fire alarm? Bill A says, why do they bring into question that Izzo is a legit objector? Yeah, someone raised the point that she owns more APE than AMC, and that invalidates her claim. I don't agree with that. And I saw that she had to sell some shares to pay for a vet bill. Look, if she owns AMC, she has as much right as Allegheny to be there as far as I'm concerned. Ezra says he thinks both will drop. Could be. I mean, I'm just guessing, just like you guys, right? Anything could happen. Not financial advice, not legal advice. I'm just a dumbass sitting here trying to figure it all out with you guys. You ask my opinion, I'll give you my opinion. That is by no means a guarantee of what's going to happen. Steven says he was not impressed with that mumbo-jumbo testimony from the plaintiff's attorney. It'll be interesting to hear if there's a contrast in what the defendant's attorney talks about after lunch. John says he agrees she held his feet to the fire, but that is her job. Yes, that is her job, is to test and to probe. John says he could not tell who pulled the fire alarm. Find out, John Forrest, on lunch break. Go talk to security. See if they have cameras. Find out if they know who pulled that damn fire alarm. Who's pulling the high school hijinks? Can someone bring the same type of lawsuit after this gets resolved? Glenn, good question. So a lot of the objectors' points are regarding the release, right? And that's something that the judge is going to decide when she issues her written opinion. Is AMC going to get a full release, or will people be able to file future lawsuits? That's going to be decided by the judge at the end of this whole deal. If there is a full release, the intergalactic release as they call it, then nobody, to my understanding, will be able to file another lawsuit. I don't know what options they have to appeal. I'm not even going to venture into... I've heard people saying that they plan to appeal. I don't know how that's all going to work. But if they get the full release, then no, you can't bring another claim. Chris says someone is certainly getting probed here, one way or the other. Adam Aaron was not deposed, no. And Adam Aaron, I doubt if he's in the court, and I doubt that. I think that probably the only one, I really don't know if anyone from AMC's executive staff is there. The plaintiff's counsel and the defendant's counsel are the ones making the argument. So I would just imagine, in my tiny little brain, that they are the ones that are there, not anybody from Allegheny or AMC. But You guys let us know that are on the ground there if you see Adam Aaron walking around. He's certainly not going to be called to the stand, if that's what you're wondering. Robert says, in my opinion, unless they throw out because that was not voted on this whole thing, or just dip, get pushed forward and settle in reverse split. I don't know if I understand what you're saying. When will we know the final decision, Ross? The judge will issue her written opinion some point after the hearing. She said she's not going to issue it at the hearing. So I guess that means at any point between 3 p.m. Eastern on Friday and the end of September. She has 90 days. How many days she takes, how many hours, weeks, months? I don't know. Doc Zeno says Adam is there hiding in disguise as a no voter. Kathy says, question, was ape legal in the first place? I mean, that's a big part of the 242 argument, Kathy. That is one thing that the judge is going to have to decide. Now, you want my opinion? You want Allegheny's opinion? They initially said it was not legal, Allegheny, and then they changed their mind and agreed to a settlement because they saw the Snap case and a previous case that they were actually counsel on also, which is now under appeal. But they figured that they were probably going to lose on that point, and so they agreed to settle. My read on it is that ape was not illegal, maybe a little slimy, right? But not illegal. Obviously, all of the objectors, the pro se objectors, think it was illegal. We've read their objections and their exceptions. So everybody has a different opinion. The judge will let us know what she thinks. Don't hate me for my opinion. Everybody has different opinions. We're going to find out what the court thinks. John says, people say it was a glitch. There was no alarm pulled. A glitch. Man, we sure have seen a lot of those, haven't we? John says Allegheny gets $7 million for about 800 shares owned. I don't understand how that would be, John. I think Allegheny is going to get if they get their bonus payment for being a litigant in the case, Izzo and Allegheny and Franchi, whoever's still a litigant in this case, they're going to get $5,000. The attorneys are going to get up to $20 million. And then, of course, everybody gets the settlement, 1 for 7.5 shares of AMC after the reverse split. So as far as I know, Allegheny will get $5,000 plus the settlement. I don't know anything about a $7 million. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you for joining in. Mexican Silverback, no shots this morning. No. I'm hoping by this weekend I will hit that magic 185-pound number. We're this close. We're within 1 pound strike distance. Bill A says AMC stock not moving nearly much as I thought it would. I think most of, we're going to see everything pinned like we have in a range. No one really wants to buy, in my opinion, AMC if they're worried about it going down at conversion. And the people that want to buy Ape are getting pinned by Antara selling. So everything's kind of range bound at the moment. When you see some real meaningful announcement from the court or something, the judge says something or we get her written opinion, you could see some movement. Until then, I think it's going to be tough to see these stock prices move. I'm not doing charting. I think charting is irrelevant at this point. on these two tickers. The next big move would be, my guess would be, when we get something meaningful out of the court. Toxino with the broccoli. Blazon says, do we know for certainty the legality of a company selling a large amount of shares in return for a specific voting on behalf of the buyer? Reading some of what Chancery Daily said, this is not the first time that this type of preferred share equity units have been done. There have been some banks that have done this. I've seen a couple of other filings on other companies where they did this exact same thing. Now, the ones that I read did not have mirrored voting. So in my mind, the mirrored voting thing was always the gray area that the judge is going to have to decide on. But using blank check preferred stock to create a preferred equity unit and issue it out, that has been done before. So I don't think it's illegal because it's been done before and AMC had all the proper paperwork filed. But just because it's been done before doesn't mean that the judge couldn't, you know, maybe no one ever questioned it before, right? That's why we're here today. We're going to find out when we get the judge's decision. You guys already know my opinion. You know the objector's opinion. The judge is going to settle it all. Where we're at, frankly, Smith, where are we at in the court case? We had a fire alarm pulled this morning. It delayed everything for an hour. We got in the plaintiff arguing for approval of the settlement. We got a lot of questions to him from Judge Zern talking about the Blasius claims, the 242 claims, AMC's financial position, the risk of bankruptcy, was APE created legally, yada, yada, yada. Next up after lunch break will be counsel for AMC, then counsel for Rose Izzo, and then we'll close the day out with whatever objectors showed up. John Barton, if you're still listening in, how many people are in the overflow room? What is the total seating in the overflow room, and how many people are actually in there? I'm curious. Paul says, Zern seemed quite concerned with the Antara deal with Adam Aaron. I did not see that as an issue in this court hearing and question why she keeps coming back. I think she is, in order to make up her mind, I think a good judge is going to ask questions for and against every point to see what the attorneys answer. She probably has an idea of how she wants to rule, but she's got to ask questions to test their thoughts, test their thesis, test their whole complaint, and see what they think, how they argue. Thank you, King Louis. What is my take on yesterday's move? Yeah, I think yesterday's move, obviously, with that big spike in volume, some institution came in and did some buying. Why, I still don't know. All right, John. David says, I hope Zern questions the objectors. It will be very, very interesting. I think the thing that I want to hear the most out of all of this is what the objectors have to say, how she handles them. Will it be with kid gloves, or will it be in a stern judge fashion? Is she going to be a compassionate judge, or is she going to be a stern judge? I don't know. I don't know what to expect. What do y'all think? Or is she just going to let them talk and then say thank you? I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Alpha 2 Omega says, I think her mind is made up already. Yeah, she's had 90 days to think about this and read the briefs and look at all the evidence. Her mind is probably mostly made up. And so today's her day to probe. Papa Mac says she's just going to thank them. That's what he thinks. Terry says the spike was from a load of puts being sold. Yeah, it could have been options related. Tony Tran, what's up? He says, what happens with APE if it's deemed illegal? I mean, if it's deemed illegal, then I think you would see, obviously, APE plummet to zero. But I think the possibility of that happening is pretty low. Cupid News says the judge will express herself. You think she's going to be blunt with the objectors? I mean, they're pro se, they're not professional litigants, they're not attorneys. I feel like she's probably going to have some compassion for them, but I don't know. I mean, it depends on how they present themselves too. Are they going to be compassionate objectors, or are they going to be there trying to be jerks? I don't think that they will there being I don't think that they're going to show up being super argumentative. I think they're going to be passionate about what they believe, and I think that she'll be compassionate back, but we'll see. She was not pulling any punches with the attorneys. I would call that withering fire. But that, I don't see that as antagonistic from the judge. I see that as testing their beliefs, testing their brief, testing their evidence. Let's see. Let me pull up Twitter on my other screen here and see if we have any updates from Chancery Daily. One hour ago. That's too much for me to read Chancery Daily. Did he just recite the facts of the Aquatics holdings and say that a case of those facts does not exist? Well, she wasn't happy with something that the plaintiff's counsel said. I'm not familiar with that case, Aquatics Holdings. I'll leave that screen open for myself in case she does any updates. Joe Rutan, what's up? He says, why are the plaintiff and defendant arguing for the settlement if they agree, or does the defendant now disagree with the settlement? From the way that this works, once there is a settlement, and Chancery Daily told us this a long time ago, when the settlement is signed, then you basically have both the plaintiff and the defendant switch to the same team to argue in favor of the settlement. And the judge has to take kind of like the step back to represent the class and say, is this settlement fair to the class? That's what the judge is deciding. That is my understanding of why we are here. The judge is deciding, is the settlement fair to the class? If she ends up believing that, yes, it is fair, then she will approve the settlement. If she thinks it is not fair, she will not approve the settlement and tell them to come back and do better. Glenn says sometimes the market likes when cases are settled to remove uncertainty, so they could both go up. Anything could happen, Glenn. Kathy N, what's up? Your mic is working. Who is that? I don't. Oh, I guess that's. I was like, who is that? That's the somebody from the court. I thought it was somebody in the Discord chat. I thought he was talking to me. Sounded like he's right in my head. Kathy says she would be annoyed if Adam Aaron did not pay down any debt. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have different thoughts about that, Kathy, right? There's people that are saying he's going to pay off all the debt. There's some of us. Yeah. Your mic is working, buddy. Shut up. It's lunch break. I would be okay if Adam Aaron paid off a little bit of the debt, the one that's coming up in 2024 and 2025, couple $100 million. But I really want to see if he raises money to just keep that on the balance sheet as insurance that we're not going bankrupt, that we can make it into next year. Super Steven says, how much do you want to bet the objectors mention synthetics or naked shorts? I don't know. Getting back to Kathy's point, like, it's like people talking about Mullen, right? Mullen just raised $100 million and eviscerated their share price with massive dilution at 17 cents a share. And then people are saying they can fix the share price by buying back shares. Like, literally, if you're advocating in any play where the company needs cash, if you're advocating that they then buy back shares, you have no understanding of what corporate finance is. The literal reason that companies are selling shares, the reason AMC is selling APE, the reason that Mullen is selling shares is because they're in desperate need of cash to support operations, to support the balance sheet. To advocate then that any company do a share buyback is asinine. Because why would you sell shares only to spend it to buy those fucking shares back? That's like 0 cents to me. Whether you're a objector who's been writing in briefs to the court saying they should do a share buyback, or you're on Twitter for Mullen saying you should buy back shares. Like, literally, bro, do you not understand why they're selling shares? Because they fucking need the cash on the balance sheet to support operations, to not go bankrupt. Use a little bit of the noggin up here. Understand why they are doing it. I get it, why you want them to buy back shares, but that is not going to happen. All right, the phone call just hung up on me. I'll call back in when lunch break is over. And I'm not talking to whoever asked that question. When I'm telling people, use your noggin, like all these people in all of these plays, all of these penny stocks, especially saying, why don't they just buy back shares? Bro, they're literally selling shares because they're running out of cash. They're not going to turn around and spend that to buy those same damn shares back. Same goes for AMC. They sold 8 because they need cash. You can forget about a share buyback. Share buybacks happen in profitable companies with a healthy amount of cash on the balance sheet. Profitable companies with a healthy amount of extra cash on the balance sheet because their profits are so overwhelming. They're stacking cash. They literally can't figure out where to spend that cash. And the best use of that cash to improve shareholder value is to buy back shares because they literally can't find anywhere else to invest it that is a better use of the cash. That is what profitable companies do. Desperate companies that are burning cash are not going to buy back shares, or they shouldn't be. They should not be. I would question the judgment of any company that did that shit. Broke Ape, thank you. He's saying Aquatic Holdings versus Parks Department in New York suggested to unanimously dismiss the whole case. All right, thank you for that. I honestly, there's so much to read, and I'm not familiar with that case at all. So thank you for sharing the knowledge. It's a community effort, literally. I'm a professional, says Adam Aaron will try to buy theaters before he pays off the debt. Yeah, that is something that I'm worried that he's going to do. I don't want to see him spend that cash on anything. Now, just because I want that doesn't mean that I'm going to get it. He could go waste money on another Nicole Kidman mine ad. He could go buy a lithium mine. He could go buy Cineworld. I'm not going to be very happy if he raises money and then spends it, because I'm literally, you guys know, I've been complaining for the past many, many months about the balance sheet. And if he raises money, unless it's an obscene amount, like $4 billion bucks, I don't want to see him wasting that money. I want cushion for this company to survive 2 more years. For me, that means $2 billion not being spent. Put it on the balance sheet, buy some treasuries with half of it, fine. But keep it there as insurance in case you keep on having negative quarters. Fix the working capital ratio. You want to negotiate a little bit of paying off debt? Look, if you can get a 30% discount on debt and pay some of it off, I'd be okay with that. Couple $100 million, $500 million, $1 billion. Depends on how much cash they raise, what kind of discount on that debt they can get. Judicious use of the cash for something like that also improves the balance sheet, and I'd be okay with that. Spending it on other theaters, man, if he does that, it better be a compelling purchase. It better be cash flow positive locations. If he's buying all of Cineworld and 30% of them are losing money, I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel about that. We're just, rambling about different ways he could waste our money. I hope he does it intelligently. VRO's trade says, is AMC 1-for-1 after settlement? APE will convert 1-for-1. So if you've got 1,000 APE right now, those will convert to 1,000 AMC, but then with the reverse split, you're going to divide that by 10. So 1,000 AMC and 1,000 APE will give you 2,000. Divide by 10, you'll have 200 AMC after the conversion. Leonardo says, is it best to wait until the moment the court decision to buy more APE stock? I'm not giving any trading advice at this point. I'll let the chat fill you in on what they think. I will say at the moment the court decision happens, I think you're going to see rapid movement in prices of AMC and APE so fast that if you blink, you'll miss it. What direction they go depends on what the judge decides, right? I can't tell you that. Who the fuck knows? I have my opinion of what I think is going to happen, but man, I'd be remiss to give you any specific thoughts at this point. You've had 90 days to think about it. Zeno says, if Adam Aaron screws up, He's going to throw dog shit at his house. I wouldn't blame you, Doc. Steven says it's all about long-term with Adam Aaron. He wants the monopoly. It would be foolish to think he wouldn't buy theaters. It's a guarantee that he will. Steven is fairly certain he's going to buy more theaters. Yeah. We'll see, Steven. I'm going to repeat what I said earlier this morning. One of the biggest problems with the theater industry as a whole right now, especially in the U.S., is there are too many damn screens per capita. Too many screens per butts in seats. So as a whole, the industry needs a little bit of consolidation. Whether that means that collectively they close down non-performing locations, or the big three close down non-performing locations, or that some of them go out of business. The very best thing that could happen for this industry is a little bit of reduction on the screens so that the remaining ones could be profitable. In the meantime, you know, we're waiting for Hollywood to put out more movies and better movies. Dalton says after the split, the share count divides by 10, but price multiplies by 10. Yes. And then it will start trading, and it's anybody's guess what will happen. Right? We know that at the time of the reverse split, your share count's going to drop and the price will go up, and then trading commences. And we're off to the races. Place your bets, up or down. Z Wade says he'll go poop on Adam Aaron's driveway. I think Zeno lives nearby Adam Aaron too. Y'all can go poop together in his driveway. Zhao Feng says, make sure Adam Aaron's compensation is tied to the stock price. I would love to see no cash bonuses for the executives. I would fully support that. No cash bonuses. Tie all their bonuses into shares. Screw cash bonuses for AMC executives until the company is profitable. I want them fully incentivized with shareholders, whether their bonus is tied to EBITDA or positive revenues, or they can decide that. But I want them aligned with us to increase the share price. I would fully support nixing all cash bonuses. But hey, guess what? I'm not on the compensation committee. Sign me up to the board. I'll go in and lobby for that. I don't know how many of those execs would stick around if we do that, but I would be for that. Mr. Duck says, how does that work with options? You're going to see that the AMC options get repriced, right? When APE converts and the reverse split happens, there's going to be, you got to account for a lot with options because you're going to have APE come back in. So I think that all of the existing options are going to be rejiggered. You might have AMC 2, right? You know, right now we had AMC 1 when APE got pulled out. So we got AMC 1 options, we got regular AMC options. Now you're going to put APE back in. I don't know. Or are we going to have AMC 2 options and then we get a new AMC options chain? I don't know exactly how that's going to play out. The OCC will release a memo and I will post that and explain it to you guys once they do. But I'm just speculating until I see what they decide to do. It's just guesswork. Paul says bonuses happen when a company is making money. Yeah, go tell that to the Mullen CEO. Have you seen how much bonuses that fuck pays himself? VRO's Trade says, why can't AMC and APE go up together? I think they can, right? If there's a positive catalyst for the company, that you could see both of them go up. Like if Q2 earnings were to drop today and it was a massive blowout, unexpected positive EPS, then you could see both AMC and APE going up simultaneously. But we're not going to get Q2 earnings till probably early August. So now my big question for myself, for you guys, on the whole timeline of when is everything going to happen, these are the things we need to be weighing as we decide what we're going to do in this play. For me individually and for each of you individually, when is Q2 earnings going to come out? When is the judge's decision going to come out between July 1st and end of September? When is the conversion and reverse split going to happen relative to all that? When is a dilution announcement, a prospectus going to come out? So many factors that I think anybody who's guessing what is going to happen, including myself, has a high degree of chance of being incorrect. So I'm not trying to call the price other than saying until either AMC releases earnings or the judge makes a decision, I think that these two tickers are probably going to be range bound right about where they're at. I'd be surprised. I could be wrong, but I'd be surprised if any of them majorly move without one of those two things happening. Judge's decision or Q2 earnings. Or a market crash. That'll dump everything. GG says, has anyone heard the comment that they changed the QSIP number? Yeah, I've seen the tweets. They have not changed the QSIP number. I don't know what these people are smoking. The QSIP number, AMC's had one and APE has had one, and they have not changed. Now, is AMC trading in many other markets? Brazil, Germany, with BDRs, GDRs? Yes. Did AMC set that up? Absolutely not. Banks can go into other markets, and yeah, this is kind of bullshit, right? Companies can go into other markets and create depository receipts if they want to get extra liquidity. But AMC did not do that. Banks went into Brazil and Germany and created these BDRs and GDRs to get trading in those markets. Now, there is a high chance that they did that either to profit or for fuckery or for both. Absolutely. A BDR and a GDR is just like an ADR. Like if you're buying NEO, you're buying an ADR. That is a depository receipt representative of shares in the home country. Some bank here has to hold those shares as collateral, and then they create these depository receipts and put them on the market. But in some cases, the company is not the one doing that. Banks can just frickin' do this on their own. I don't pretend to understand why they're doing it, other than I'm sure it's got to be a profit and or fuckery incentive for the bank. Is it illegal? Nope, it's not illegal. Wes says, who is going to go see Indiana Jones? I'm seeing it, Wes, today. In fact, I think I'm going to reschedule my screen time because it's in 3 hours and we're not going to be done. Maybe we will be done if there's only 2 objectors. Let's see, we got lunch break and we'll be over in 15 minutes, and we have an hour and a half for the defendant and objectors. Let me increase this schedule so I can read it. This schedule is no longer correct because of the fire alarm, but we've got 45 and 45 minutes, so 90 minutes. That'll take us till 2:30, 3 o'clock Eastern. That's 2 o'clock my time. Then we have 30 minutes for the 2 objectors, so that'll be 3. Yeah, I should probably reschedule my movie to an hour later. 1:30, 2:30, 3 o'clock, 3:30. That'll be 2:30 my time if they wrap up. If they wrap up at 2:30, I'm okay. How late can I cancel a movie? Anytime up until the screening time? Must be canceled prior to showtime. All right, I'm going to see if we finish at 2:30 Central. And then I can go see my Indiana Jones at 3 o'clock. All right. Well, wish me luck on that. If this goes past 2:30 Central, remind me if I'm not paying attention to reschedule my movie. I think the next one's like at 4:30. And I did check it. Almost all the seats were available, unfortunately. Poor Indy. Indy! Court case will be back in 10 minutes. 12 minutes. Ooh, I am getting hungry. If you weren't joined in this morning, go see No Hard Feelings with Jennifer Lawrence. That is a fun little movie. If you don't want to see Indiana Jones. Indy will be my last movie for this month. That'll make 7 movies in the last 3 weeks. Joe says, no popcorn. You have only a pound to go. I will have the chicken Cobb salad. Yes, that is what I have been eating. Although, since it was date night last night, I did have some popcorn. I will be at 185 by Monday if I got to fucking starve myself for the next 3 days. We're this close. I know y'all want to see shot caller Tony Denaro in the evenings. We're going to make that happen this weekend. $4.31 for AMC, Ape at $173. GameStop, wow, $25, nice. SPY is up slightly. Bed Bath & Beyond down 12%. Mullen is flat at, we'll call it 11 cents. And Highcroft is at 28 cents. Tesla at 256. Let's see how all the EV companies are doing here. Lucid got an... God dang it, I wasn't paying attention. I had these yellow bars drawn for my buy-in zone on Lucid. It went right down in there and bounced out. I guess I didn't have any alarms set. This was where I wanted to buy in on Lucid if it dropped between 6 and 5. And yeah, of course, I didn't buy it because I've been fucking distracted from this lawsuit. That is frustrating. Neo, not looking so hot. Ride getting obliterated. Polestar, where you at? Struggling. I'll do a recap for all these companies for you guys in the coming days and weeks once we get this lawsuit behind us. We'll start following some of these a little closer. The ones that we think anyways are not going to go bankrupt. Korak says being distracted by this lawsuit is a mood. I know. I feel like I've barely done any trading because keeping up with between Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC, and Mullen, all the shenanigans and drama, it's been really distracting. All right, let me see if I can call in back to this number and get a line. 7. By the way, if you're just joining in, they're going to be coming back from lunch break in a few. There are free call-in numbers, the public lines of the court, in the bottom left of the screen. If for whatever reason you're in Europe, and I cannot play the audio, by the way. We're not allowed to transmit the audio. So it will be quiet. I will be listening and paying attention. There's a lot of complicated shit they're talking about. And I'm trying to listen in. So when the judge and the attorneys are talking, I'm not going to be talking. You can call in and listen to what they're saying on these public lines. If you're in a foreign country, and some of you were saying that you either can't call in or it's cost prohibitive, if you are a member of the channel, the Discord is free. And I am playing the audio in the Discord. We're not broadcasting it. We're just playing it. And so you can choose to listen in. If you don't have to do that, there are, I understand some people illegally transmitting it on Twitter Spaces. You can go seek those out. They're not supposed to be transmitting it, but apparently they are. All right, I'm trying to call in. Called in on line 1. And I got the muted message, which means my line's muted, and I'm waiting for the court now. So 6 minutes. Jack says we all want this behind us, right? Whatever happens, have your plan set up. I think you should plan for best case and worst case, whichever side of this coin you're on. Have a plan. There's going to be a best case. There's going to be a worst case. There's going to be some people that hold all the way through it. Whatever you do, no judgment here. I'm not going to be advocating that anybody do anything. That's your choice, not mine. Whatever you do, though, whatever happens, we're going to be waiting for the judge, and we got to make money on other plays. So we're going to be moving on and talking about other stuff, and we'll catch up with AMC news when it happens. Sleep with one eye open if you're still in the trade while you're waiting for the judge. Set your alarms on your broker so that you have an alarm set for AMC and APE for big move up or big move down. be ready in pre-market and after hours for announcements from the court. And make sure that in your trading platform that you have the ability to trade after hours, pre-market and after hours, because the opportunity, whatever you need to do, could present itself in after hours, and you don't want to be caught flat-footed. James says, my buddy JR will be talking soon. I aided him with the speech. Well, thank you for that, James. Someone did reach out to me, Captain John Barton, and asked me to talk with him. Look, it's not my job to talk with objectors, so I told him I'm going to respectfully decline, and referred him to Mr. Tuttle. And he said he didn't really want to talk to Mr. Tuttle, so I guess, we'll find out together what he has to say today. Other than that, we heard this morning that there were 2 objectors. I'm assuming John Barton is one of them, because he said in the chat today that he was there. There were 13 scheduled to talk today. Apparently, from what the court told us this morning, 2 were present. What's going to happen in a few minutes? If you didn't pay attention this morning, there was a fire alarm pulled. Everything got delayed. We only got the plaintiffs speaking before lunch. They're on lunch break now. They're coming back in a minute. AMC will be up next, the attorneys for AMC. Then Rose Izzo's counsel. Then whatever objectors are present today. Tomorrow, on tomorrow's schedule, a bunch more objectors are slated to talk if they show up. And then we'll have closing arguments from counsel. And then the judge goes off to her cabin in the woods. Martin says, what happens if the judge denies? Martin, from what I understand from what Chancery Daly said, she's either going to not today, in her decision, she's going to either approve or not approve the settlement. That is what I'm being told is the 2 outcomes. If she does not approve the settlement, Chancery Daly, if I understood her correctly, said that they will have to go back to the drawing board and create a new settlement. That is my current understanding. There are some people that are saying that she could just dismiss the whole thing. Chancery Daly told me that that is not a likely outcome. The settlement's on the table. That is what the judge is considering. Settle or approve or not approve. Grandpa Barney says, Gus said, buy the dip. Broke Ape says he read the Mara chart today and predicted the downside, but mistakenly bought calls. I've done that. I bet we've all done that once or twice. I was trying to buy calls on some stock. It's, a couple of years ago. And I hit the buy button and didn't realize that I had my filter set up to puts only. And so I bought the strike that I wanted and then immediately saw the value. I was like, oh, fuck, what did I do? And I had bought puts instead of calls. And I just immediately went in and got rid of them, closed it out. But yeah, I lost some money real quick. I hate it when that happens. You buy a put right in the middle of a run up. Whoops. All right, the court is coming back in session. The call-in numbers, I'm going to make them big on the screen. The judge is walking in. There is no televised. You can only listen in on these lines. They are free. I'm going to stop talking now. colloquy. So the defendant's counsel already wrapped up his briefing. I guess we're going now to Rose Izzo counsel. Let's see what they say. She just questioned him a lot on why are APE shareholders being excluded? You know, why should they be given a release? All right, Izzo's counsel.
want answers. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
All right. They're going to go on break for how long? Probably 15 minutes, yeah. 15-minute break, and then we're going to hear from Captain Barton and Ricky Brogan, the two objectors that showed up. There were 13 scheduled for today. Only 2 showed up. So we'll finally get to hear what I really wanted to hear is from the objectors, and tomorrow we've got a full slate scheduled of objectors, then wrap up from the 3 attorneys. So tomorrow could be interesting. I wonder how many objectors will show up for tomorrow. Hopefully more than today. I really, of everything, we already know what counsel is going to say. We've read all their briefs. There was not a lot of new ground covered. There were some hard-hitting questions from the judge. I think most of us are in agreement, right, that the judge, she did her homework. She came in knowing what questions to ask. She's holding counsel's feet to the fire and asking hard-hitting questions so that she can make up her own mind, and as she goes through her written opinion and her own decision process. But the fun part of this proceeding really today and tomorrow will be to see what the objectors have to say. Someone in the comments mentioned, do we all know about the 2018 lawsuit? Guys, I don't know about you guys, but I'm living in the present. Do I know about all the previous lawsuits of AMC? Of course I do. Do I know about Adam Aaron's history of Vail Resorts and his Caribbean deal? Yes, of course. If you have not done your DD before you bought this stock in 2021 or by this point and made a decision to leave the company because you didn't like what you read, or not buy it in the first place because you didn't like what you read, that's called doing your own due diligence. Bringing it up at this point, I don't really see what value add that is other than fucking shills, clowns, and trolls trying to talk people out of their investment. If you don't like what you know about the history of these executives or the company, then maybe you shouldn't have bought in the first place, or maybe you should leave. What is the point of talking about a 2018 lawsuit at this point other than trying to talk people out of this play? If you're not happy with it, move the fuck on. And no one would blame you. That's your DD, your choice, your analysis. I'm not going to sit here in 2023 and try and decide what I'm going to do with my investment because of a court case in 2018. I'm not defending anybody. I'm just talking about my investment in this company. If you don't like him, then if you don't like the management, then why are you still in this play? Why are you in this chat? Other than to troll, to make people feel bad. What is your point? I'm not defending anybody. I think everybody should do their own due diligence and then make up your own mind. And if you don't like what you see, then why are you here? I would, same reason I call out David Mishery. I would never invest in that company. If I don't like the CEO, if I don't like what they are doing, I will not own that stock other than for a momentum trade for a few days or a few weeks. If you're going to long-term hold something, you better fucking believe in the executive management. And if you don't, why? Why are you holding it? Do you realize how dumb that sounds? Obvious clowns, shills, and trolls. You're either an idiot because you're holding a stock for an executive team that you don't believe in, or you are just straight up clowning the chat. I'm going to call it exactly like I see it. The court will be done with break in 10 minutes, and we'll get to hear from the two objectors. And then that'll be a wrap for today. So we should be done in 40 minutes. Jeffrey says, what is he a captain of? I don't know. I don't know what branch of the service he was in, Jeffrey. I don't know much about him. Michael, what other companies am I in? A bunch, Michael. We're going to talk more about other companies after we get done with this hearing. Trust me. We're going to have an indeterminate amount of weight, and so we're going to move on and talk about other stocks. I want you guys to, if you're going to be on the future of this channel, we're going to talk more about profitable plays. We're going to still talk about momentum plays, day trades, short squeezes, swing trades. But if you are investing your money in companies that are not profitable, please, for the love of God, do not invest your life savings in it. That should be the first thing you do. If you're going to hold something more than a couple days or a couple weeks, look at the income statement. Do you see profits or do you see losses? If all you see is losses and someone's telling you don't invest what you can't afford to lose, fucking listen. And then take ownership for your choice. No one made you push that buy button. You knew that this company was losing money and that there was risk in the play. If it's not going your way, know when to get out. That is what we're going to be talking about going forward. We're going to be talking about solid investments. They're going to be boring. They're not going to be 300% run-ups in a week. But you're probably not going to lose money unless the entire market crashes over the long term. And then we're going to be looking for day trades and momentum trades. And yeah, we'll probably lose money on some of those. That's just the nature of the beast. All momentum trades, swing trades, day trades, short squeeze plays have a lot of risk. That is why I do not put my entire portfolio in those risky plays. And I urge you not to do the same. Mexican Silverback says Lawrence Harge is spending all his money on itches and hoes. I think, yeah, you left off the B word, right? I gotcha. He's having some fun pool parties, isn't he? He's such a humble man. Weirdo Shrine says, as soon as I invest in profitable companies, they instantly start going red. Yeah, I mean, it's been a tough market for everybody since November of 2021. You've had to be really, really picky and really, really lucky to pick the ones that have consistently gone up. And even like Tesla, what a roller coaster. So the best case, you know, for a lot of people, you got to be very fucking picky about what you're buying, when you're buying, have cash available to take advantage of opportunities and be ready for the next bull market when we get there. Jeffrey says the disappointing thing about this lawsuit is the ambiguity it brings. AMC and APE have been stuck in a holding pattern while the market drifts upward. Yeah, I agree 100%, Jeffrey. It's an excellent point. I've been saying this for a while. AMC and APE are going to be range bound. There's no point at all these people doing TA on the charts. Just stop. Nothing's going to happen until we get either Q2 earnings announcement or a judge's written opinion. I would be frankly shocked if anything happens until one of those two things. No institutions are buying AMC. They're worried about conversion, driving the price down. And those that are buying APE are being stuck by Antara selling. Antara's got about 100 million left to dump. So it's tough. They're both stuck. David, yes, we will be talking about a lot more. We're always going to be talking about fundamentals and financial statements. When I analyze what I say is a long-term play, that is the very first place that I start. So when I do videos or we talk about these other plays going forward, if they're a long-term hold, we're going to always start with the fundamentals. If we're doing day trades, momentum, swing, short squeeze, fundamentals don't matter so much. In fact, I often don't even look at the financials. If you're holding it for an hour or 2 days, they don't matter. But then reading the chart really matters, right? Looking at the volume, the price momentum, the TA, the moving averages, all of that stuff matters for a day. Fundamentals don't matter. But God damn it, if you're holding it more than a few weeks, you better know something about the state of the finances of the company, because you will get wrecked if you're holding a money-burning company or a company with no revenue. Coming up next, for those just joining in, we got 2 objectors that are going to talk for 15 minutes. Only 2 showed up today out of 13, and then it's going to be a wrap for the day. I will be having the same live stream tomorrow. I'll schedule that. I'm going to go see Indiana Jones right after we wrap up here. So I'll schedule tomorrow morning, same bat time, same bat channel, and the call-in numbers will be the same. There are free call-in numbers posted on the screen if you want to hear the audio. The judge has asked us not to transmit it, so I am not. But you can listen along and have a little community here and chat and banter with the folks in the comments. And then I guess tonight, maybe I don't know if there's any value in having a live stream tonight. I'll think about it while I'm watching Indiana Jones. Andrew says, been holding the sucker since 2019 with an average $9 a share, praying we break even. I'm praying for all of us. All right, 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic and I'll be right back. We should be up with the objectors in just 1 second. All right, I'm back. Still nothing? No audio from the court? Woodstock. Woodstock, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Anya, and all the mods for today. Coming up, I hear them coming back to the podium. We're getting ready to hear from Mr. Barton and then Mr. Brogan. So we got about 30 minutes left on today. Yes, no decision will be made today or tomorrow, according to what the judge has told us. What's up, Doug? Mellow Doug in the house. Yeah, I wonder why T-Mobile is charging y'all for that free public line. Certainly, most people are not having that issue, but I've seen a few people in the chat saying that T-Mobile is trying to charge y'all for the call. That is weird. All right, they are being seated. The judge is entering the room. Here we go. Blazin says it's free in Canada. Yeah, what the fuck, T-Mobile? All right, I'm going to go back on mute and let them talk. We'll listen in. Very eloquent speech. Now, that is the gentleman that the conspiracy theorist accused me of somehow getting on the speaking panel and giving him all his talking points. I hope they issue an apology, because clearly what he just said was not a lot of what I would say. And I mean that sincerely, you conspiracy theorists. Like I have the power to get someone on the fucking panel. Or I would tell someone what to say, please. Much respect to the gentlemen, both of them. That takes a lot of guts, a lot of balls to get up there and speak in the Delaware Chancery Court like that. Thank you for your time, your travel, and your thoughts. Whether or not we agree with 100% of what they said, I respect them a lot for showing up and sharing. And I know they speak for a lot of people on both sides of this vote. There were a lot of good points made. In fact, especially Captain Barton, what do you guys think? His 15 minutes was probably a better use of my time than listening to 3 hours of attorneys speak. Even though, there wasn't a lot of legal or financial ground covered. Anyways, tomorrow, they're wrapped up now for today. The court is adjourned. Tomorrow, we'll be back in the morning. We've got a full slate of objectors scheduled. I don't know how many will be showing up, but once the objectors have a chance to talk tomorrow, hopefully all of them show up. Then we'll have a wrap up from the counsel, the 3 attorneys that are there. And then that'll be it. And then we go into the waiting period to find out how many days, weeks, or months Chancellor Zern takes to give us her opinion. So thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for your comments. Thank you to the admins. Thank you for those supporting the channel. I'll think about, I'm going to go see Indiana Jones here in 45 minutes. So I'll think about while I'm there if we need to do a live stream. Feel free to send me messages in the Discord. Drop me a comment in this video if you think there's anything to talk about tonight, or if you just want to hang out and chat. And then I guess when I get back from the movie, I'll look and see what else is going on in social media. See if I get angry enough to come back in and chastise some people. I'm sure social media is going to be ablaze for the rest of the day. Oh, that judge, she sure handed it to him. We got this. Look, the judge is asking questions like she should, testing arguments so that she can, in good conscience, make up her mind. I think she, like I said earlier, she did her homework. She knew the right questions to ask. I have no idea how she's gonna ultimately rule, but my opinion is still that she's gonna approve the settlement. Will I be right? I don't know. We'll find out in a few days, weeks, or months, I guess. AMC is now trading at 432, down about 2% for the day. APE is up almost 4% at $1.78. Maria says, I would love to hear some of these people throwing out immature comments do what they did. Yeah, let's go easy in the comments. Let's go easy on these people that spent their money and their time. That second gentleman drove 10 hours from Tennessee to share his thoughts. So let's respect him standing up for what he believes in and respect his time. As far as, as far as the arguments they make, there's not a lot of fact or legal basis that was shared to say why the settlement should not be approved. And that is what they're there for. So maybe we'll get some more of that tomorrow. That is really what the judge wants to hear. Feelings and emotion and beliefs are one thing, but the objectors are here for one thing, to provide legal reasoning why the settlement should not be approved. So I don't really know how the judge is going to weigh the objections if they're just emotion and belief. This is a court after all, so you got to come with your A game. But I still respect them for their time and for having the guts to show up. And, they're representing a lot of what a lot of us have believed for the last 2 years. So thank you, gentlemen. And thank you in advance. Even if I don't agree with you, thank you in advance to whoever shows up tomorrow. Let's be real, guys. Not one of the people that filed 1 million motions over the last 90 days bothered to show up. These real investors took their time to show up. I respect that a heck of a lot more. Anyways, with that being said, I'll let y'all know later tonight how Indiana Jones was. I'm a big fan of the franchise, at least the first two. I know going into it that the reviews are not that great. I'll give you an honest opinion after the movie later tonight. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, members of the channel. And thank you to everybody that tuned in tonight or today. And I will see y'all maybe tonight and for sure in the morning. Cheers.
So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine.